Party God. Blue Sunny Man, are you using tan paper to make blues and whites pop? I'm using, yeah, like I'm using tone paper, which is why the white, the white charcoal works well. And then when it mixes with the, I didn't actually put any blue in here, contrary to popular belief. It's actually when it mixes with pencil lead, it turns blue. So that's kind of how I got that effect, and I think it looks neat. Okay, yeah, that's how I've worked out my own system of coloring things. I tried to adjust the camera to where what you guys see is kind of like what I see. I adjusted the contrast a little bit. It's maybe, I don't know, 10% more vibrant on the camera than it is in real life right now, just to like make it pop visually for the audience, but it's not too far away from what I'm seeing. The only thing cooler than armored ogre, sorry, armored ogre in the mech. But I feel like they are sort of like, if you put them inside of a mech, it's like, it's normally, like, to me makes more sense to put tiny fragile things inside of mechs instead of, you know, these things are sort of built for the job. But it would be cool. So I got graphite already all over me. The things artists have to go through. I got a slight amount of graphite on my finger. I can't believe what I have to go through. Cool design, thank you. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to keep it simple. I didn't want to overcomplicate things. Is he locked in there? Don't know how he takes off the helmet and his horns. Yeah, I didn't really think about all the logistical issues of the design. I was just sort of drawing. I just wanted like super thick armor, you know, and kind of make it brutish and not too advanced. I kind of was going for, I guess the main idea behind this was like drawing kind of like box art for miniature models, kind of. When you buy, you know, like Warhammer units. Somebody, Usopp Sketches says amazing work. Hello, are you there? Hello, bro, you there? Yes, I can see your messages, Usopp Sketches. I'm here. I gotta get to all the comments in sequence. But yeah, I was just kind of like, let me just draw something that could like go on a box for a miniature model, kind of. That was the design philosophy, and that's the story I'm sticking to. I just wanted to draw something simple and violent and cool. This is like when I don't have ideas, I just draw like big, strong war units. Yeah, I'm not really sure whether the armor ever comes off. I imagine it's not mounted to his body, like physically, but Wit, bro, you got amazing skills. You're great. Thank you. So I appreciate the nice comment. I realized that last night I was looking at this picture and I came to a horrific realization that if you look at the perspective, like the bend of the metal right here, if you look at this like eye slit, and then you look at this mouth shaped, like where you actually see the exterior of the armor, it's shaped at a much greater angle, meaning that the only way to save this perspective, because this should technically not be bent so much more than this, or I was either going to erase this and reshape it more, like give it more of a, you know, circular kind of shape, or basically bend this armor through shading. That's why I added like a lot of shading in this area, and I might have to do more to kind of make it look like that, you know, you have this angle, but then it slopes down a lot here and turns, meaning that this armor is heavily bent here to fit the mouth. So I kind of have to, oh my god, CNAT brush. Why is my OBS is still not working? My pop-ups. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, man. If I can do this. The other day I was trying to I was trying to do shoutouts, and my shoutouts were not. I think everything's breaking down for me. Bush, Cena, I did it. Okay, I don't know why my OBS is not working correctly. Thank you, Marcel Enix. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're just drawing some armored ogre type creatures today. Yeah, I don't know. I have to. I really hate troubleshooting technology. and my OBS. I might just need to restart my computer, just like do a full restart. I don't know what's going on. I didn't change any of the settings, but of course you know how these things go. So I do apologize for the lack of like pop-ups and noises that we all love. How was your guys' stream? How dare you? So I gotta like work out this issue right here, this like little perspective mistake of like I have to like kind of bend this armor by using a lot of shading in this area to make it look like this armor is bent down, because obviously the trajectory of the way this is going and the way this is going is not the same. So that's just a miscalculation on my part, and now I gotta like cheat and kind of fix that through shading magic. And hopefully it makes sense. I was sitting here just kind of watching podcasts, and I was like, uh-oh, that's all kinds of messed up. But I think I can kind of fix it. I love how things magically break without any user input. That is a very fun thing. Man, there was like one update I did on OBS, and from then on, actually, let me make sure I don't make ever since then, I've been having crashes and all kinds of fun things like that. And I'm almost thinking if I keep having crashes, I'm gonna have to bring out my old computer and just make it a dedicated streaming machine, because I don't want crashes, obviously. So I don't know how to fix it really. So what we're gonna I'm just slowly gonna adapt. I reinstalled things. Yeah, this is a fun character. Like I said, I mostly was just thinking, like, I was just imagining, like, if someone gave me a job to do box art for like Warhammer units, that's the philosophy. The microphone, it's right next to me. My microphone is at peak. Like, I maxed it out on OBS. I'm not really, if possible, could you turn the music down? Yeah. Turn down the music about halfway. Usually my mod would be here telling me that my music is too high or too low. Come on, microphone. Stop sliding down the table. You're embarrassing me. Don't make me tape you down. I gotta let my dog inside 1 second. My dog is barking. I gotta let him inside real quick. Yeah, sorry for that. I'm thinking about getting. I've seen some streamers have a headset. I'm thinking about getting a headset because the voice doesn't seem like it's just like it would be. My voice would just be way more. I don't really want to wear headphones, but my voice would be a lot more consistent. Sorry, my keys. And I've seen some pretty good results with that, with just having a headset microphone, because I thought this Razer Mini I thought was going to be the solution to all my issues, but I don't know why. It is, my voice is kind of low, but I promise you, it's the sliding bar to volume is all the way to the right. I like cannot make it any louder. The texture differences here take my breath away. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I wanted kind of a goofy shield too. I had like a more of a like a curved Roman shield, but I wanted to simplify it and like give the shield kind of like orc horns, if that makes sense. To uh, add gain filter to your mic, that might help. The stream before CNUT Brush was way louder and better to understand, in my opinion. Yeah, his equipment is better. Like I said, I might end up having to get a headset for the voice. I have my microphone is supposed to be like the best thing you can get in term before you actually get a real microphone that you have to plug in through like actual equipment before it goes into your computer. This is just a US. This is like the best USB mic you can get it from what I've been told. Headphones are not necessary. Your voice is loud enough. It's just the music was a little loud. Everything's fine now. Okay. Yeah, I mean it. I could definitely benefit from putting a little bit more money into it, but I kind of like, yeah. Add character to it. Basically, I feel you. Surge Soul. Hello, hello. But yeah, I'm just drawing enjoyer. Marcel Enix followed me. Yeah, see, I don't know why it's not popping up. That's so upsetting because I really I want to thank people for following. It doesn't let me know now. And that started last night, so I just haven't. I thought it would just fix it. I was hoping it would just fix itself because it has before. Oh, I did break down and I bought myself a I went to McDonald's and I bought myself hash browns and some coffee, which I will say it's like say what you will about McDonald's, but that's like the one of the best combos out there. Is like a large coffee, no sugar, 3 cream, and then get some hash browns, and it's an oddly satisfying mix for some reason. It's like the best taste ever. Actually, I'm thinking about getting because I've been using white charcoal to like kind of create this mix that you're seeing. This bluish tint came from just charcoal, the white charcoal mixing with pencil lead. It creates this bluish hue. So I'm gonna try and differentiate the skin a little bit by putting like just a hint of yellow on there. I'm gonna see how much of that I want to work in there, but yeah, I want to get. I want to see if I can find more charcoal type pencils and see if I can figure out different ways to blend things to create like effects I want, because I really like this idea of like creating blue by just mixing things. It kind of looks super organic, like it's supposed to be there, and so I want to find. I want to find. I want to find more ways of accomplishing that mix. I'm actually thinking about putting some arrows into a shield that are on fire, and then I can create like this sort of bloom effect behind the shield and like some fire going on. I think that could be interesting down the line. I'm just gonna draw a little bit of some very some lines here just to remember. I want to put like arrows stuck in there, and then I'm gonna light them on fire, and I can create a cool like reflective yellow thing going on over there. It's gonna look. Is this ogre an ordinary fighter or a chief? A serious question. I see him as a baseline unit. I wanted to keep him simple. This is like I feel like this is more of a, before you get the crazy armor. This is like, this is like the baseline. Kind of like if you've played Heroes of Might and Magic, and you get your like griffins, and then you get like the upgraded griffins. This is like the non-crazy version before you get the upgrade. This is not the premium model, but the baseline model. I don't even think the horns are native to it because I kind of feel like they're just sort of mounted into the armor. Like they don't have horns really. Those are just there for. They're not, or they don't grow organically, and the armor's fitted around them. They're just more like part of the armor set kind of deal. I do want to put some damaged areas in the shield, though. Yes, I played on. I understand you first tier. Yeah. I actually that game probably taught me more about economics, or like, cause they had like not economics, but it was the first game that introduced me that you have to have an economy to fund the military, and that you can't you have to like upgrade your base and your like gold income before you start like kind of venturing out and taking over. And it was like, I don't know, I think strategy games have taught me more than like any like any other thing. I was a Heroes 3 player back in my childhood. I wasn't very good, of course, but just capture as many castles as possible, get the most income. The army comes later. True, true. See, I like to just put down the white and then kind of blend the darkness in. And I think it creates a nice blended effect. I've been trying to replay Fallout 3 recently, and I got all the DLC, and I was planning on beating the whole game and the DLC. And I thought I was like, I don't know, I'm about like a level 22, and I went down into the presidential metro or whatever, and found the new type of ghoul that like moves really fast. Not the glowing ones, but like the ones that are like super fast moving, and it made me want to give up the game. I'm like, I just don't have the strength to like go level another 8. They're so much stronger than me. It's crazy. But I'm determined I will eventually return and actually beat all the DLC in the game. I've actually never beaten that game all the way through. Well, I beat the main campaign, but I never beat the DLCs. fire arrows flying by. We'll come back to those later. I think I can pull off a fire. Like it sort of built up from the arrows hitting the shield. Yeah, you're drawing again today? Rini, Ren, yes. I was gonna paint, I have a whole army of miniature war things I need to paint for a friend. I was gonna do that on Saturdays, but I just decided not to. But yes. I got some Tau soldiers to paint. And I had this realization that I can use my television as a microscope to see better so I don't like kill my eyes. I do hate how fast the white charcoal, like, it dulls down so fast. It's got 0 stain power. Alright. I want to kind of emphasize this. Kind of want to emphasize this light here. The dark dot at the right horn makes me think it's an eye. The dark dot in the right horn. This right here. First time I saw an eye. Then I discovered the RoboCop like slot. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted kind of like a something like a goofier kind of design, like a little bit sillier, without making it too. I don't want it to. I don't want the armor to be too like fancy for this guy. I think I like that. I like the design of the shield for this guy. I think it works. Definitely gonna touch it up some more, but right now I kind of want to move on to a different area, but I'll return once I've let it rest a little bit. Kind of return to that area. Oh yeah, coffee. I forgot. For some reason, McDonald's, when they give you their coffee now, I don't know what they changed, but it's like scorching hot. Like it's uncomfortable to hold. Really crazy hot. I don't know if it's just me, or I think they start. Maybe they used to have like an external thing around the cup. I don't know. It just seems like it's crazy hot. I try to get it to the cup holder as fast as possible. Gotta get some hash browns in me. Sorry, guys. I haven't really eaten today. I kind of forgot to eat my hash browns before I started streaming. I got 2 follows on Instagram. I gotta go check out their profiles, hit the like button and follow really quick. Oh, nice, Turtle Ninjas. I've been thinking about doing some Turtle Ninja artwork. I gotta get some greasy food in me to fuel the train. I might have to move his left leg forward a little bit. We'll see. Oh, thank God, they gave me napkins. Alright. Now that my hands are clean. Now that I definitely don't have any grease on my hands. I swear McDonald's coffee is like really good. It sounds strange to say, but it's actually kind of decent. At least to my peasant sensibilities. Just kind of just making this leg make sense here for myself. I'm just gonna want this kind of lower half to not have armor. Like he's got a lot of, you know, he's not super heavily, well, he is heavily armored, but I kind of want to do this all flesh. I could put a plate of armor coming off the belt though. I don't want to have characters that are too naked. I want them to have some decency and privacy. Let's see. Is that angle? Maybe down, like down here. I think that'll work. Just a little plate of armor on the hip. Sometimes you get a little I want to put more armor on him. I don't want him to be too sexualized of an ogre. I gotta put more armor on him. Too sexy. Alright, we'll do double armor? Yeah, I think having underplate right here would be good. That would look cool. Just like how these like interlock. Some rivets for good measure. I'm trying to stay away from making the armor look too advanced. The more sort of detail I put on it, the more it looks like it's Like, I want it to look like it's kind of put together by orcish type people. They're not. So I'm trying to stay away from cluttering up the armor too much. I think it'll be. I think that'll be. I don't think that's gonna be an overkill if I add a. I don't think that's gonna be overkill right here. This guy's got some thick hips. Alright. It's amazing how much better I feel after drinking a little bit of coffee. Like my whole world outlook has changed. Feels so much better. Visual shorts says amazing. I appreciate the visual shorts. I appreciate the nice comment. I'm just trying to like make these teeth here kind of like look better by blending. Let me know if the music gets too loud. I turned it up a little bit. I can't hear it at all. If it gets too loud, let me know. Guys, for those who don't know, I'm using a 0.2 millimeter pencil. It's a B2, I believe, hardness, and I like it a lot for especially for like rendering this kind of stuff out. But man, this lead, I go through a lot of it because it's like it's so easy to break. You have to be like, you have to barely be touching the paper. If you get even a little bit excited, it breaks. If you look at it too hard, it breaks. Oh, Future Oil, welcome. Home Skillet, what's going on? A fine Sunday. It is. It is. I'm having a lot of fun. I think this creature is going relatively good. At least I'm enjoying drawing this guy. Gotta go back to work tomorrow. Understandable. Understandable. I got rated by a big Twitch streamer, so don't worry. There's not really 30 people in here. They're here from the raid. I don't want you to think my channel blew up or something. You've exploded on Twitch. No, it's just it was I got rated by a big guy, a big dog. His name is C-Nut Bush. I always kind of forget it, but you should check out the stuff he does. He does these 3D models out of clay. Really fantastic work. Worth checking out for sure. I've always wanted to go in that direction, but I just never did. I don't know. I just. Sai says another masterpiece, my man. Thank you, man. I appreciate the nice words, the kindness. I'm debating on whether I should put like a plate on his knuckles kind of deal, or if I just should leave that alone. Brass knuckles? Well, just like a protection plate for his fist kind of thing, but I think I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't know, it would look cool to have like a rectangle here. Kinda, I just don't want to cover up the knuckles too much. I kind of like the knuckle look, because he's got to give people knuckle sandwiches. But having a piece of metal there would be nice. I don't know. I think I'll go naked hand. I just want this temperature to drop a little bit. I mean, I guess today was, what are we at, 28 Celsius? I mean, as long as it stays around 28 Celsius, I think that's fine. Let's see, where's the, how hot is it supposed to get? Weather. Alright, it should top out at 28, which is kind of like, I think as hot as it should ever get, to be honest. What is that in Fahrenheit? In Fahrenheit. 83. Yeah, that's about as hot as anything ever needs to get, if we're being honest. Getting tired of all this heat. They just need to discover and move me to a planet where it's always like 70, I want to say 73-ish. Like I just want to wear a hoodie at all times and be comfortable. And they also need to build the infrastructure so I can stream. And then I'll be satisfied with that. Is that too much to ask for? Always comfortable temperature. I'm gonna try and relax today. Completely understandable.
yesterday event took Sana and his girlfriend out. They're both pretty young. Took them to Red Lobster and Dave and Buster's. Is Red Lobster still around? I'd like to eat some lobster. Actually, I actually really like lobster. I haven't even. It's never even occurred to me to go there. Took up all my Saturday and lots of my. Yeah, that'll do it. It's nice to have a dad that'll pay for your dates like that, though. Like you're kind of really hooking him. Usually, you gotta spend your own like money you made at McDonald's, you know. But you're really hooking him up with the full experience, like Red Lobster. I mean, that's what they give you in like the military before you go into battle. I don't know. That's like really fancy. Dave and Buster said lots of arcades, but I'm just not into it. Yeah, the problem with arcades is like all the video games most people have in their house on their phone are better than that. So I think, like it's the only reason to go to an arcade is like nostalgia. I guess you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could never just drop quarters in there like that. They use pass card like credit card basically, and they give you points. At the end of points, you can use at their toy store, where you need 15,000 points for anything of great value. Typically, if you're lucky, you'll earn 1,200 points rip off. I just have my credit card just gives me 1.5% back. I don't like points because I can't convert. You know what I mean? In my head, like I don't know what I'm getting. 1.5%. It's like, I'm gonna buy groceries anyway. So I just pay it off when I get home. That's kind of like the relationship I have with my money kind of credit card system. I only got it a credit card just for that, so I can get a percent and a half back. But yeah, I've always felt like the point system for cards is like clearly there for you to just not be able to understand how much you're getting. I think. What color was that last one? Brilliant yellow. It's from Fiber. Wait, yeah, Castel. I think Castel Arts. That's what it says on the side here. But it's these are actually watercolor pencils. But it's I like this yellow a lot. It's got like a very good. It's a good yellow. Look like light brown. Yeah, that. Well, when it mixes with the pencil lead, it does kind of look a little bit it's got like a maybe I'm imagining it, but it does kind of have what I would maybe perceive as a brownish tone to it, or maybe like because it's mixing with the bluish, it's kind of like a greenish. I don't know, but I want to be careful with it though. I want to be real careful not to get too excited with the yellow. Except just want to, but yeah, it does have a nice tone to it. Okay, I see. I see is more like cadmium yellow. I mean, it says you know brilliant yellow. I'm sure I have a cadmium or whatever. Cadmium. I'm sure I have that in my arsenal because I bought that big box. Wait, are these watercolor? I think these are watercolor pencils. Which are, by the way, watercolor pencils are like legit awesome if you want to do some watercoloring because of the level of control you have over everything. Craig27, thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, see, I don't get notifications from Twitch anymore, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. I'll have to fix that. I'll start by restarting my computer next time. That usually fixes my OBS problems. It's just more fun when there's like pop-ups and noises when people follow. With oil paints, cadmium, you gotta be careful not to touch them with bare skin. Wear gloves. Really? Where are they making that color at? That you can't touch it with your hands. Is it forged by ancient elves? I have some watercolor paint tubes branded as Winsor Newton Coleman watercolors. I've had them since sophomore year in college. Okay. They're very old, but they still are as good as new. Remember in my time in college, those days were rough. Sleepless nights, very little, with no money, sucked. Master Dolgo, play some retro synthwave music from Wide Bat Radio. Would match the theme of your artwork. The artworks at the top left corner are your previous creations. You look focused. That's good. You should be. White Bat Radio. I think I've heard of that. I'm not sure if it's like one of those things you can play though. Let's see. Where did you write that? Retro music, White Bat Radio. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. My only concern is I would have to go in there and see if they're chill with me playing that music. Thank you for the follow. People who have been following, I appreciate it. Just know that the little pop-ups aren't happening, so that's why I just stabbed myself. Oh, it's free copy. Well, let's check it out. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's good. I don't know. It's royalty free. It looks like it is royalty free. If it gets too loud, let me know. I have no idea how loud it is versus my voice, so. Yes, sir. Yeah, I did. I went to McDonald's this morning. I needed some hash browns. Sorry if I can manage not to die here. Yeah, I was just like, I want coffee and hash brown. I needed like greasy food and I wanted choked on coffee, but I really wanted hash browns and coffee, and then I'll stop. I got a little bit of a coffee grind in my mouth there. Yeah, I gave up, but I will go back to not doing coffee. Just not right now. I'll be sad tomorrow. I'll try not to choke up. I do think, like, if this guy had like a bolter or something in his hand, because I wanted to make him more medieval looking in order to be able to use it for their Armaria stuff, like their D&D campaign. That's why I didn't draw like a bolter or something. But yeah, if this was a more Warhammer kind of vibes with, you know, more retro futuristic technology, yeah, this synthwave stuff is like, it's really good for like motorcycle riding at night and drawing this kind of stuff. Do you have a deadline? The rest of my life is a deadline. medieval futuristic. Well, I still with the other stuff they have in their D&D stuff, this would fit in that universe. They have like steampunk kind of bordering on steampunk kind of technology or whatever. So it's whatever. It's magic. I just can't have like circuits and like thrusters and bolters and things of that nature. Well, I mean, I think, you know, the franchise that really successfully combined the futuristic and medieval is Quake 1. That was that Eldritch kind of energy. Those vibes, I feel like they, and for some, I mean, I guess like Doom has kind of used some of the energy too, but I think Quake 1 really kind of had like really great sort of, you know, vibes in that way. I not recently, but I replayed Quake 1, not Quake 1, Quake 2, all just on a whim. I'm like, I'm gonna beat this entire game and all the DLC, and so every day before I started work, I would like play for 40 minutes. And one of the DLCs actually has something spectacularly awesome. Spoilers. No one's gonna go back and play that game, so it doesn't matter. But there's one of the DLCs when you kill the final Eldritch bosses or whatever. What happens is because that was the thing that was propping up the universe. They were sort of manifesting reality around you. And when you kill them, it ends the universe within your proximity, and you end up stuck in an endless void because of that. And I'm like, dude, that is the darkest ending ever. It's such a hardcore like you know, non-Hollywood ending to the campaign, where literally because of the Eldritch gods were like holding up reality, and when you kill it, you are effectively ending its ability to do that. And I thought that was a very, like, if you're into cosmic horror, I'm like, that is a pretty cosmic horror way to end the. It's so metal. This music makes me want to be a cool guy driving at night with sunglasses. That's what this music makes me think. I just wish it wasn't just the same song over and over again. Let me see if is there like you said there's a radio? Yeah, why is that? Sorry. Planet Zero, what is this? I could turn it up for myself a little bit here. Man, this is actually this music is actually kind of fire. this one guy I used to work with might have mentioned him before. He's always texting me during work hours. I really feel like he's just checking to see if I still have a job or something. Had to ask him to stop talking about my work with me. It can get annoying. I do have I have friends that you can't see or talk to them without them there's always money gets brought up and kind of becomes a pseudo competition kind of thing, and it's like low key kind of thing. You just can't. Yeah, it's just a thing. You know. Bro, how many hours are you spending in this? As many as it takes. I mean, I'm enjoying the. Why is it? Does it seem like it's taking a while? I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have any plans for today. I'm gonna probably just. He's one. He's the one who's single and has been making at least 100K for. Yeah, you have told me about him. I mean, it is what it is, you know. Yeah, if you're single, bro, and you're stacking that kind of cash, I mean, it also depends on the area you live, but you should, I mean, dude, you could, if you did that for 10 years, you should be able to, if you were even a little bit responsible, you should be, borderline retired. He's got $1 million, but yeah, I mean, God bless him, you know. Ad attack, nice. I wish I had $1 million in the bank. I think he made him mad. I called him out for having so much money, lol. Bro, I think once you get to the mill, I mean, I don't know. It's probably not a good idea to go around disclosing that, because, you know, probably smart to just kind of lay low, because a lot of people are struggling. I would not invite attention. I mean, $1 million, even with today's inflation, that's still a lot of money, man. He's super stingy with his money. Just okay. Always knew he would be mid-cruise. I'm the same way, but I'm not stingy. I just don't see what the point is of spending money. Not that I don't, you know, I like a nice computer. I get that part. I enjoy nice certain things that are nice. But like I really just sit inside the house and play video games and draw. And, you know, even if you're like spending, there's just not a lot of food is probably the thing I really spend the most money on. You've seen my stream, right? Like I wear the same, like I bought like a 6-pack of like t-shirts from Amazon, and I've just interchanged them once in a while. You know what I mean? I just don't spend a lot of money like that. I just don't see what there is to spend it on. My only vice is like I like having a nice computer. You know what I mean? That's like I did splurge. Like when I bought this computer, I spent like $3,800 on it. I'm not flexing. It's just like the only thing I really like to have is like a powerful PC. You know what I mean? I like to turn the graphic sliders all the way to the right when I game. Yeah, today I think people of the times we live in, everyone is just getting what you need. And those that don't have like a house by now in the U.S. are gonna have to wait like another 7 years for interest rates to go down. And this dude, some of my friends. Did the music just get a lot louder? Sorry about that. I feel like it just got way louder for some reason. Yeah, I think like I don't even see if you're like a normal person with a normal job, you're not making like rock star money. I just like I told this story before. Like in my old neighborhood, I saw this house go up. They renovated it like completely, you know, down to the struts, and they rebuilt the house. And I was driving by and I checked out what the price tag was, and it was like 300. And this was like a year ago. It was like 300, you know, 66,000, right? Like basically like they're getting close to like $500,000 for like regular houses. Like, you know, like if you a normal 3-bedroom house, you're talking like bordering, it's starting to creep into the half million territory. And I'm just like, who can afford? I just don't understand like who's gonna buy. And it's like right next to the railroad track too. It's like it is close to a school, like within walking distance. But then, like, you're hearing this train, like, 2 feet away from your house. So we're not talking, like, pristine land, right? Like, this is, like, you're still next to a rail yard for $500,000. Yeah. And it's a nice house. Don't get me. It's got an attached garage and everything. But it's not, like, who has that kind of money. Yeah, I just you have to be almost making like superstar money now to like live a normal life. I don't know. I just got lucky because I bought a small house that needed repairs, and it was like sort of the guy like ran out of money and had to like get rid of it. So like the bank was kind of like trying to get rid of it, and I was like, I'll fix this foundation, and I did. I just slowly fixed it up. But other than and I kind of bought it like when prices weren't like kind of like what they are now. If you look on Zillow, like my house now is like it's in the 10 years I've lived here, it like I don't want to say tripled, but no, maybe not. Definitely doubled, but and you know, so and I'm not saying that as a flex. It's just that's not good. Like I mean I don't know, 10 years. I don't think it should have went up as much as it did. Brand new houses out in the sticks, like in Indiana, now cost 600-700. Yeah, yeah, like. And the only reason I pay taxes that are like somewhat reasonable is because like the taxes are based off of the last resale value, and because I bought it for so cheap and I'm not planning to sell it, I get to pay taxes that are like somewhat not murderous. But yeah. I hope they don't plan on readjusting it, because if they were to readjust my taxes and I had to go, if I had to pay like, you know, 5,000 or like 6 grand a year for living in a small house, it's like I'd be almost paying rent just in taxes, and I'd have to go get a real job at that point. It's crazy, yeah. The other day I saw like a very cool like converted van with like solar panels. This was clearly somebody's like house. Like you could tell this person was like a professional car liver. Like a totally converted van. It looked like something like that Ghostbusters car with all the equipment around it. And it had like these giant solar panels and like an extra roof. I think you're going to be seeing a lot more of that kind of living. I think you're going to see a lot more traveling caravan housing situations. You know, if I could go back in time, I might have done that. Like there was a piece of land next to my parents' house that was like 10 grand. It wouldn't have been a terrible idea to buy that and just it already had the water hookup from the city, and run a trailer like and just live right next to them and like run an extension cord to it and just kind of like live like that, honestly, like because I didn't really like when I moved out. I didn't really like do anything. I didn't like start a family, so it's like it would have almost been like, or just like bring a trailer behind the house and just like live like that, you know. Kind of like not you know just kind of have solar panels for the kettle, like kind of power up your laptop with the solar panels and just kind of live like that. It would have been that's like honestly that I don't even think that that's like I'm saying it kind of funny, but like I also kind of think that that's not even like a terrible way to live. Honestly, a lot of those like little mobile homes aren't even that bad, and I don't you don't really need a lot of space if you're just chilling by yourself. For sure, if they had enough land. Well, that's what I was saying. They had enough land if I bought the lot next to their house. But even the backyard, if you can put a you know if you can put a little trailer there. It's not like a huge amount of space, but if they don't care, and my parents wouldn't care. In hindsight, that would have been the power move. That would have been because like I just wasn't open-minded enough. I would have not felt okay. I felt like I needed a house, but what I really needed is a trailer. I didn't realize like I didn't need a house because I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm really grateful for being able to afford to live in a house and all that kind of stuff. And it's a great experience. Kind of like there's good moments when you're like just chilling in your house and you get a house, but I'm the kind of person, dude. I can like live. I can live a completely feral life, and it doesn't like bother me. Um, but actually, I don't know what the zoning laws are in Illinois. You may not be able to put a trailer just anywhere you want. Um, if you had like an official driveway, you might be able to say that that's there and you're gonna move it and you could like live there. But I don't know if you can just put like a trailer in your backyard. I don't know what the zoning laws are. They might get you on that too here in Illinois. So I'd have to look into that before I pull the trigger on it. Every time the weather gets somewhat better, one big reason I moved away from my hometown was public schools in my hometown suck, so I didn't want my kids to go through the same thing I did. Yeah, are they better here in Illinois? You think? I don't know. I thought our schools like were not horrific. Like they weren't. I mean, they weren't great, but they weren't like you know. I'd say my feelings are very neutral towards schools in Illinois. not particularly great, but they're not horrific either. They're better outside of Cook County. I got a friend that does homeschooling with his kids. I almost kind of envy them, honestly. Like, I actually don't, unless you can afford private school, which costs a fortune. Burger King, Hotel App, Taco Bell. Honestly, I was gonna say something, but I forgot what we were talking about. Oh, schools. Oh yeah, homeschooling. I would definitely, if I had kids, my non-existent kids may be getting homeschooled if I ever have any. The only problem is I also don't know that much, so. But there's like a lot of online stuff. I don't know. I don't. I'm not fully for it, but I'm open to the idea of homeschooling. But yeah, I have a brother who both he and his wife have high paying jobs. They send their kids to private school, which I mean, I'm sure they do. And they got better stuff there. They must be paying a fortune, probably. More than likely. Public schools up in the northwest aren't too bad. Yeah, I just went to like public schools and stuff, so I wouldn't. I never ventured into the. Oh my god. Intuitive Lights, thank you so much for the I gotta give you a heart. I gotta get you a heart. I really appreciate the subscribe. You're helping me you're helping me sit here and draw more. Hero move though. Bro, imagine if I had a kid, have my prime, we need more real artists. Here, no horny weaves, right? I was just thinking, like, you know how some people like they use their kids to like become famous, not themselves, but they like kind of use their kids to like push them into fame and stuff and like acting. I was just thinking, like, imagine if someone did that with like streaming or something. Just like, because kids have all the time in the world, like, you can become a streamer, bro. I wouldn't do that. I just thought that was a Noise Prime Saib. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely on Twitch. You definitely have to do some scrolling down before you hit like a non-furry related channel. And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. Ever to each their own. I just don't. You know what I don't understand is like, why are there so many of them? Like, how come that it's not like like a more even split? It's just like rows and rows and rows of like um furry stuff, and then like two channels like drawing. You know, it's like, Yeah, I mean, recall back when I recall back when Tiger Woods first came out. Even Saturday Night Live made us get was so funny. Where each time Tiger swings his golf sticks, he would say "cha-ching, cha-ching." Because you need to concentrate to make real art, you can't constantly entertain by saying "ubu." Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't make it as a streamer in terms of like being a talkative streamer. You know what I mean? I don't think that that would like. I mean, sometimes I'll go on a rant here and there, but I don't think I would survive as a as like a just chatting streamer. I can draw for a pretty long time, sometimes 8 hours, sometimes less, but I think that's why streaming kind of fits in well with for me for the art because I can just do it for a long time and it's not a it doesn't like burn me out really. Well, when I tried doing 8 hours every single day, it was burning me out a little bit, so I kind of scaled that back to more reasonable hours. Evula La Vea. Is this from imagination? Yeah, I'm just kind of like, you know, yeah. This isn't from a game or anything, but it's an ogre. You know what I mean? It's like I'm just slapping armor on him and stuff like that. So it's not like super crazy original, but yeah, this is all from imagination. Um, sorry, I meant to say that funny skit Tiger Woods' father would be one saying cha-ching, cha-ching. That's because he was making him golf instead. Oh, you're referring to forcing your kids into yeah, into like a sport or something. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, he's spectacularly successful, right? But I feel like most of those situations probably go like towards not very good results in terms of like, you know, those people's lives kind of like they don't seem like most of them are super happy. Your metal is awesome already. Already learning. Any tips for mediocre artists drawing with graphite and ink? I'd have. The thing is it's hard for me to give advice. I'd have to like really sit down with somebody and like watch what they're doing, to kind of like guide them. Just giving like advice like that, I just kind of don't. But drawing a lot and staying focused is like, you know, is the way to you got to put the hours in and you know, find a way to make it fun enough for yourself so you're not in a perpetual cycle of like doing, you know, just drawing anatomy books and stuff, which will get very tiresome and boring very quickly. So I think you got to draw a lot and you got to find a way to get better, but like like shoehorn the fun into it so you can like actually be excited about doing it, if that makes sense. So you're not just like burning yourself out by doing endless like hardcore training, you know. That's what I don't know, that's kind of like what I would advise. At attack. Oh, I know how I'm gonna do this. I just realized. Thanks, mate. Yeah, no problem. I really need to like make some tutorials or something on YouTube, but I feel like that's the real way to like grow a channel is like make tutorials. But like I'm kind of like lazy and I just want to wake up and create and I go back to sleep. I don't really want to. Plus, I don't know. I'm just not a teaching kind of guy. I thought making this lump here would look better, but it kind of didn't make it better. Maybe if I get rid of this. I'm kind of breaking down the rules of anatomy here by doing a different kind of forearm, but I kind of want it to look a little different. I'm a bit shocked how many young people are getting into drawing today when AI is about to take over. But then again, I think everyone has an art phase. Not all stick out. People that paint and draw might be dying breed in the future. I think like if you're maybe I was thinking like I actually think one of the ways you can survive as an artist in the future. Well, I think people will nostalgia buy. Thank you for the sub, man. Eval Lavea. Thank you for the sub. That's on YouTube. People. I think there's gonna be people like you and me are gonna exist for a while, and they're gonna want to buy stuff that is like real. And I think people will also want to watch a real person draw because they enjoy drawing, so they like to have it in the background. So I think there's like I think where you're gonna see a big downfall is in like the video game industry. As soon as those people figure out how to use AI to get rid of the artist, they will do that the very second they kind of crack the code on that. You know, right now they can't get rid of all of them, but a lot of the beginning position, like starting kind of positions in that industry is already kind of going away. So I think like I think there will be independent artists that have kind of like carved out a career for themselves and they have a fan base will survive, and but people in the industry that do art for work for a company will not survive. That's my overall prediction. So I think it's better to kind of move away from maybe working for a company and try to make money somehow that isn't that. So that would be my that's sort of the vibe I'm getting from the zeitgeist of kind of like what's happening globally speaking. So I don't know. We really don't know, but there could also be, you could also see legislation to come in and kind of save the day. Um, but I just draw because I enjoy drawing. Also, you know, not that I don't want to make money, but I'm gonna do it regardless. So there's gonna be that. I just don't see what the point is, like, of like sitting and not creating stuff, you know. The human spirit needs it. It yearns for it. Yeah, I don't know. Like once the AI kind of can just like do everything for you. There's a movie of like there was like movies in the 60s of like, I forget what it's called, but it was like sort of portraying this kind of society where like all the things have been solved for a while, and there's like all these like sort of people sitting around in gardens and eating fruit, and they have like they're basically being bred for food for aliens or something, and then like they just get like they have no defensive mechanisms because like life is so perfect. And I kind of feel like that's kind of like maybe like what we're headed towards is like it's gonna infantilize it, everything to such an extent that even like a mediocre person that's like kind of lazy now is gonna seem like a some sort of a Superman in 20 years when he can like show up on or you know, it just, I don't know, just it's gonna get silly here pretty soon. Maybe. I don't know if I made a mistake by bulging this out like this. I thought it would look cool, and I thought I could like make it make sense. It's not anatomically correct, but I kind of like thought it was gonna like kind of land a little bit better. I'm like looking at this wrist, and it's like I made it short on purpose because I wanted things to look stocky, and I'm kind of like, you know. Good prediction. Yeah. Let me think about this arm. It's like really bothering me. I don't want to put just a. I don't want to. I don't want to put a piece of metal there, and just call it a day. Now that I'm like committed to drawing it out, I don't want to just go, well, there's a piece of armor there. Stop looking. You know. Looks good. I don't know. I'm just not quite. I'm just kind of struggling here. It's like I'm just like, it's not quite. It's not quite lining up for me. Like I kind of wanted to break the rules a little bit and kind of make this part really thick. Like there's a big kind of like, I don't know, bulge there kind of thing. But it's like, it doesn't look quite the way I would have liked. There's my guy over here. Muscle, yeah. So that would be, actually I need to get rid of this right here. I don't need that there. Really, realistically. Maybe like, oh, actually, now that I kind of got rid of that line, I can kind of wrap this. If I could get this little muscle here that separates kind of to look like it's on top of this bulge, it would kind of like make sense. It's just like this. I think that would be justifiable, maybe like like that, and then like maybe. Maybe if I wrap this a little bit here, kind of. If I take that and just kind of do one of these, almost like a pop, like it's like a Popeye kind of looking forearm. Kitten Boy, thank you for the follow. I just happened to see that thing, the follow. I really appreciate it. People that paint and draw might be dying. Oh, I read it. Yeah, good. Looks good. Editat. Oh. Luna Loon 2. Hi, love your art so far. Thank you. Kitten Boy says no problem. Thank you. Not to toot my own horn, but I think I kind of made this thing kind of make sense a little bit here. I still gotta like work out the rendering a little bit to kind of like fully bring it home. But it's sort of like, even with the wrong anatomy construction, it kind of like makes sense that like maybe this guy's just, he's got different weird forearms, like still humanoid based, but like he's got, it's close enough to where it's like it could be constructed that way. I recently bought because you mentioned Kit Kat in the commercials, I bought Almond Joy, and I think Almond Joy is maybe like definitively the best candy out there, period. Like it really is, like especially with like coffee, like an Almond Joy is quite the best thing ever. People are free to disagree with me, but they're just wrong. Okay, I'm gonna let that hand rest. I'm gonna like let my eye rest away from the hand, because it's like I've been staring at it too long, and I think I just kind of need to, well, as I say that, I kind of want to, man, this lead breaks every 5 seconds. It's nice to have like 0.2 millimeter lead. It's like the smallest type I've ever found. I didn't even think it'd be possible to manufacture anything like that, but at the same time, it breaks like crazy. If you breathe too hard on it, it just snaps. Alright, I said I'm gonna leave the hand alone for a little bit. And just kind of let that rest for a little bit while I kind of work a different area. I'm working on a new creature that is inspired by a couple of different creatures and decided to pop in for more motivation. Nice. What kind of creatures do you draw? I think mostly, you know what I need to start doing is I need to start drawing people, but like creatures, if that makes sense. Like the same mentality I take towards drawing creatures, I need to, that's how I need to like draw people. If I don't know how to explain it. It's like when I draw people, I feel like that it's worse because I try to like think of it different, and I need to just draw like I draw normally, and not, and like just draw people through a creature lens and just see what happens, and hope that they don't turn into distorted monstrosities. I typically do canines and wolf dragons. Occasionally birds. Yeah, canines are pretty cool. I think the hardest thing to draw is a horse. Like, I don't know. They always end up looking like ponies for me or something. Like, they never look quite right. My horses. You know, I haven't done a dragon in a while. Maybe I should do a dragon one of these days. The creature I am drawing is a mix between a raven, pendragon, and water elemental wolf. It just started pouring out here. Oh my god, you're gonna give away your location. You're gonna give away your location because you we live in the same area. So depending on how many minutes from now it starts raining, I'll know how far of a drive you are away from me. I mean, we don't know which way. I guess I could like check the map. I'm just too lazy to do it. We'll see if it starts pouring here. I know like we might be like. We might be like living a block away from each other, just not know it this whole time. But I'm just glad we're getting like, well, today, like, I just want like the temperature to drop like 3 degrees Celsius. You know what I mean? Just drop like to like a reasonable hot, like into the. I just want it to be like 83. Like it doesn't need to be. The weather does not need to be like hot so much. You know, it's like the grass is not. My grass has given up growing because it's like so hot every day. It's like grayed out there. Trust me, I do not care. I love watching my grass die. The less mowing I have to do, that's just a small victory for me. I don't care. But yeah, most of my creatures are more like monstrosities, and kind of like, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, like I like a good share of cosmic horror, and I'll draw some traditional kind of like monsters. Like this is, I feel like this creature here is definitely like leaning more towards like, it's kind of like not too crazy. It's within the, you know, I don't know I guess it's fantasy. The breathing apparatus here is like the only thing that kind of makes it look like it could be in the steampunkish era, technologically. But I do like to kind of venture into the cosmic horror or eldritch stuff too. It's um, fun to think about that. Turn up my sound here a little bit. Oh, you know what I was gonna do that I forgot is go pick up. I was gonna go see if my local wargaming shop has a brass. Uh, I might have to just order it online or something. I'm not in the mood to go there now. I need some brass color acrylic for the army I'm painting for a friend. I like it exploring cosmic horror and monstrous creatures, but I like doing mystical stuff more. Right? Yeah. Just started pouring out here. You already said that. We had a whole conversation. Remember? I said I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna like a pigeon. I'm gonna time the time before it starts pouring out here. We might live a lot closer to each other, unless the cloud is going in the wrong direction. Who knows? But Sorry, I went to restroom. How hard is it pouring out there? Super hard. Even heard thought. Okay. I haven't heard anything yet. So. Starting to come down a little. NA take that back starting again. Oh, okay. It started raining harder as you were typing it out. Oh yeah, let me put down, I need to sharpen this vibrant yellow. I need to sharpen it up and kind of work on that hand. I want to put some of that yellow on that hand slightly. Oh wow, this wood is hard. Oh my god. I hate when pencils have like this uber hard wood. You have to be like a why is it so hard? It's like oak. I swear to God, I'm using a razor blade and I can't like. All right, let me see. Maybe it's really dull. I usually don't like to do this because of how much I lose by doing this, but let's see if it works. This half the time it just breaks the lead too. That's the other problem. Alright, let's give it another go. Kinda, right? It did shave off. that over here for now. Let's get a fresh blade. Yeah, that is just really hard wood. They are not messing around. I saw this really cool thing. I can't remember where. I think it was on my phone or a magazine maybe. But like they're making pencils now where the wood exterior is actually built like a beehive, if that makes sense. It's like 3D printed beehive, so that the inside of the wood around the pencil is actually empty, and it's supposed to like waste less wood, and then there's less weight. Sometimes I enjoy a little bit of weight to my drawing utensils, but yeah, it's a clever idea to use less material, and obviously sharpening is going to be a lot easier too, or is going to feel very weird. So, but yeah, honeycomb wood pencils at some point will exist. Probably prototypes out there of it. These watercolor pencils, the lead feels very waxy. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because it's paint. They somehow compressed paint into like this. I really shouldn't even be used. I just don't have another yellow. That's why I'm using a watercolor. But it works. Watercolor pencils tend to feel a little weird, but they are good for layering. Yeah, I really, 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 really have gotten used to the white charcoal. I still haven't completely understood all of the potential of it, but the blending ability that it gives you is insane. Like it opened a whole new world of like making. You can almost make like a pencil drawing. I just didn't realize. Like you can almost make it look digital. Um, like if you spend enough time just carefully rendering stuff out. Like if you have like the white charcoal, because it kind of gives you, it kind of blends everything really well, and I don't know. I really really like it. I want to find more like charcoal-ish pencils with different like colors to see if I can do the same thing with not just white, you know. But white does work really well simply because you can use it for a lot of things. Because even if I make this like this, let's say supposed to be like, let's say his skin is supposed to be darker, I can always like go back and make it darker, you know. So yeah. Okay. I love working with tradition medium, so I'll keep an eye out for some white charcoal pencils later. I think, then Fuchsia Oil says, I think any medium can be mastered to do what you like if you spend enough time in it. I like both traditional and digital, but they are fairly different in what style can show. Some of the pastels in the 1800s famous painters did were done flimsy cardboard or even trace paper. It just depends on what type of feeling I want with my art, since I have different styles for different mediums. Understandable, yeah. I concur. I'm still not fully satisfied with that hand, that forearm. I gotta go back and figure that out. It's sort of like, I found a couple of white charcoal pencils on clearance for $2 at Michael's. Normally they're $7. Alright, I'm just gonna leave that hand alone. I'll come back to it later. I'm just gonna work this very muscular leg he's got here. I think it stopped pouring. Now it's just cold, wet, and gloomy. Bro, I would love... What? How can it be cold, wet, and gloomy if I'm in the same state? And it's like... I mean, there might be a little bit of an overcast, but it's brutally hot. Like, I want the cold to come back a little bit. I yearn for it. Every morning I'm like, please don't be another super hot day. Just catching the news, some crazy flooding happened in Texas. Yeah, it's crazy out there, dude. I'm super, well, I don't want to dox myself. I live in an, yeah. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm like, can I say it without like narrowing down too much? Not like anyone like super cares. I'm just saying, it's better to be whatever safe than sorry, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I want to, for this creature, I kind of split the kneecap right here, the armor of the kneecap, but I don't want to overcomplicate the armor, because it's like super easy to start like adding like more polygons and just like drive yourself nuts with all that. I take it back, it's not cold, it's just windy. Oh, okay. I think what I can do is maybe just have this be like, it kind of looks cool split like that, but there's no functional purpose for that. But if I think actually I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just close that up. It seemed like a really cool idea at first. I'm gonna close it up because it's really close to this piece right here, which has already kind of got a lot going. It's very busy, and this thing was got things, and I don't want to. It's gonna start cluttering. So I think I'm gonna go with like more simple. I don't want a detailed creep. I'm gonna go with like more simple, sort of leg here. What about 3D paint? Wait, did I miss stuff? What about 3D paintings? Well, not exactly 3D. I don't know the exact process it's painting, but certain details pop out of it. Looks interesting. Bas relief painting, if I'm not mistaken. I've never heard of, the closest I've done that is like if you ever draw in VR, you can kind of build a 3D world, kind of like you're sitting there and kind of like messing with your hands, and you can like draw in the 3D volume whatever space, and that's pretty like dope, and it kind of like wears your brain out. I did that for like a couple hours, and I basically burnt my through like all of my brain power. I had to go to sleep. So that's like an interesting activity to do. If only there was like an easier way to export it into like physical property, because the problem with those models is like you can't take something you drew in a program like that randomly, and like it's not properly built to be like 3D printed. It's not like fully enclosed and stuff, so there's like problems there. But one day maybe. That's the closest thing I've done to like 3D painting. I think it's stopped pouring now. It's just wow, just catching. Oh, I read that. Take it back. Okay, I read all that. I just missed Elizabeth's comment. I got super confused. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring anybody. I was just didn't catch it. Actually, I think something like that will work. I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be like really complicated for this. I think that this leg can be left alone in a simpler form. I got the foot coming out, and I think I want the foot to be barefoot. I think it's more appropriate for this creature to just be like running around with his own like little feet. I think since he has only he has the thumb and 3 fingers, I think we're gonna have 4 toes too. Okay, I think that's gonna work, and then I can have the other leg kind of back there. Okay. There's my big brush, big brush. The style uses real materials, get putty, paste. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. I saw a reel of a like Chinese woman. She was making like the wall of China, like a big kind of. I know what you're talking about now. Gel putty, paste are applied to the canvas. This is a space is sculpted, and then everything is painted, which creates the feeling of if something is being taken out of the painting or something like that. I'm a really big fan of like having those like if you've ever seen like certain memorials that have like that kind of like breastplate, and then there's like people 3D imprinted into the um, into it. I think that looks very, very nice. I think it looks super epic. I've always been a big fan of that kind of stuff. It's called Impasto. Impasto. I'm trying to create the movement of water in the line art of the creature whilst also keeping the bulky muscles of Grey Wolf. Not sure I'm fully successful, but I guess if it works because this is a mixed creature. Right. Do you have a link to your thing so we can check out the work, or you don't have to show us, but if you want to. Can send a Google Doc link. I think that would work. I'm not really sure. Like, the only links I know is like Insta or some other website like DeviantArt. But I think Google Docs would work, right? I'm just not a... I think I should have been a little bit more careful with the yellow. I know you guys can't see the yellow too much because like the camera's overexposure like blows it out of the water. But there's yellow, and it is a little too much, I would say. I wanted like I wanted the skin. I figured it would mix with like the bluish tone and kind of have like this yellowish green kind of skin, right? Like ogres. I guess ogres can be grayish blue too. This documents author is using pageless format. I got it. It's like it wants me to click on learn more, but that's not, I don't want to learn anything. It's like, what the? Oh, nice. I see now. Very cool. I like the wingspan. A lot of people get the wingspan wrong. If you wanna lift a giant animal into the air, you're gonna need a lot of propulsion power to do that, right? So I really like that the wings seem like they could, lift that into the air. And I did the worst. I posted in my stories, like this guy before I went this far down with him. But like I took the worst. It was like 2 in the morning, and I took like the worst photo possible. It's like blurry, and I was like on roller skates maybe. Thank you. I love drawing wings and imagining the absolute size and power needed to get a creature into the air. Right, yeah. It's a shocking amount. If you actually look at like an eagle's wingspan, it's actually like shocking. People tend to forget that with full wingspan of birds is twice their body length. Yeah, and well, if you like when I was drawing some of my winged kind of like bat-like creatures, it's like what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like I had like you want to fit the wing into the picture, but there's always that dilemma of like it's like if this is the creature size and you have like this much more paper to work with, that guy right there, right? I just made the decision that they have to be off screen in certain instances. Like there's no way I can like show him without making him like this big, if I want the wings to be in the shot. And some of the pictures put more emphasis on the wings. But yeah, like wings is a tricky thing to put into paper because you want the wings to show, but it's like, well, then the character's like this big. Oh. Oh, I was almost thinking of putting like a rigid kind of like. Nah, I won't. No, I won't. I'll keep it simple. I almost thought about putting on the kneecap, putting like this kind of like just a piece of metal sticking out forward for like kneeing, kind of like kneeing attacks. Just a piece of metal there. But I think I'm gonna keep the design chill. I'm not gonna detail creep into insanity. Like the goal here is to like not let the detail creep just take over. A massive sternum where most of the muscles are connected to flap the wings. Birds are bodybuilders. Well then, yeah. That's the other thing is like the muscles you would need, because they've tried to build like those like helicopters where people sit and they have like all the gear ratios for max thrust, and it's really hard to get a human. They've gotten like kind of like propelled flight for a few seconds. It looked like those college engineering kind of things. They got like pretty good results by reducing the weight and increasing the the thrust and messing with the gear ratio so you can actually like put that much force into it. However, they've never gotten any kind of, as far as I understand, they've never gotten any kind of like man-powered meaningful flight. So unfortunately, it would be cool to have like a flying bicycle type deal. I've been kind of sort of thinking about that in the background over the years. Is like if you just had like I think the solution is balloons. Hear me out. You just need like the machine weighs you down, but if you just have enough balloons to counter the weight, you know what I mean, to make like the rest of it like a little bit easier. most of my characters have wings, and I tend to base them off birds to help with proportions. Although there are certain exceptions for a few characters, but they cannot fly and not flown in many years. Guys, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I just need like 2 minutes. We'll give you 2.5 minutes for a bathroom break, just because we're nice. Nice. I appreciate the patience. This ogre does deadlifts for sure. Actually, before I go any further, let me draw some spikes on this ball. They're badly needed. Should I do a ball or should I do one of those like a cylinder, with like a cylinder with like hard edges around it? Did you know on the extra 0.5 minutes of bathroom break? Did you know on the extra 0.5 minutes of no what? I'm not sure. Did you give me extra time? Is that what you're saying? I appreciate it. I think I'd rather do a cylinder instead of a ball. Just because, like, a lot of times, I feel like with maces, I don't see a lot, or at least maybe I don't see it, but like, I want to do a little bit of a different clubbing. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Let me put that into do not disturb. That was annoying. Sorry about that. That's crazy loud.
Hello.
I said do not disturb. Hold on. Do not disturb is on. I don't get it. Airplane mode, baby? Is that how you turn off your phone? That's so annoying. I can't figure out how to tell my phone to stop calling me. Well, it's not my phone calling me, it's people. Kind of like a gear, you know what I mean? I'm a little afraid it's maybe not large enough. Maybe if I could make it just, I'm gonna try and slowly make it like a little bit bigger. If it's an ordinary soldier, then an axe or mace, after all, they are cheap to produce. And I wanted a, like, I like to put chains into my, I need excuses to put chains in my pictures. I'm gonna have to redraw that chain link. The first chain link is gonna be at this angle with our gear that he's carrying. So it's gonna have to go this way at the first link because of logic. Alright, so I'm gonna do a little correcting there. Actually, let me go check him out. Let me see if my dog wants to go outside. It's been 5 hours. Let me see if he wants to go outside really quick. He'll bark if he needs me. Spears are even cooler because they're even cheaper and extremely effective, but they are not suitable for such a brutal ogre. Yeah, you're right. Spears are more for line infantry to hold down. You can give a bunch of peasants relatively cheap sharpened sticks and hold down an entire line without having to give them an intense amount of training. This thing is just to break through those lines, actually. It cares little for its own life. Maybe this maybe like this air tube right here could be like a sort of a drug-inducing kind of something that would like force it to breathe in like some sort of a drug that would make it go into a berserk state. Once it's in combat, it releases like the compound, and this thing just loses its mind and starts like clubbing everything in sort of like the vicinity around it. I think that's a fun idea. Alright, the dog is barking. 1 second. I'll be right back. The dog. Okay. I like this. I really like this. I'm not gonna lie. Cotton fabric of our lives. Oh, combat drugs, great idea. Yeah, combat drugs. Cotton fabric, our lives. Google Chrome, deodorant, back. Meant to say, did you enjoy the extra half-minute of bathroom break we gave you? Is that how it was in the military for you? Was it like that? Or were bathroom breaks on a submarine very how does a submarine, by the way, how does a submarine dispose of waste on what? I just grabbed some spicy snack. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, nice. Is that just during the basic training that you get 2.5 minutes to like take care of your business, or is that just the general trend of things? Because sometimes I'm not gonna lie, when I'm I need more time. Like sometimes, you know what I mean? I need to like have my phone, go through some reels, send some memes to my friends. It's like, you know, it's 2.5 minutes every time would be kind of brutal. That's why I can't be I'm not a military person. I got watermelon and mango gummies covered in chili powder and sugar. That does watermelon mango gummies. That does sound like a good combo. Covered in chili powder and sugar. Nice. Just in boot camp, but regularly it's laid back on bathroom break. But if you went past 10 minutes, they would not like. Oh my god, I can't even imagine like having to think about time like that. I mean, it's like that at work, right? You kind of like you can go to the bathroom. Like, I worked in manufacturing most of my life, and you can go, right, if your lines are running good. You don't even specifically have to tell anyone really, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's up to you, sort of. But they definitely don't want you to be hanging out in there. So I've definitely lived that life. It's just mango one is really good. Yeah, I love mangoes. In a sub, same system, similar to a trailer. Stored in a tank, emptied out to sea. Nice. Does the submarine have to emerge from underneath? Or does it just have a separate section where like it's like a space pod where it, like you lock it in a you take the canister or whatever, put it in an airlock, and then just like it just like floats away like once the external door opens? Or do you have to like go back home for it to get emptied? I don't recommend joining the military if you like pooping for it's just so much, it's just the civilian life is so much more leisurely, you know. Plus I like to shave once a month, you know, all of the like civilian kind of pleasantries I'm an enjoyer of, and I like to, I don't know, it just if I have the option, I'd like to take things at a leisurely pace, is what I'm saying. It lets me be more creative. Gummies taste like real fruit for most part, although watermelon tastes kind of artificial. Yeah, sometimes gummies, they do, some brands, they do kind of taste chemically. Like you can kind of taste the chemicals a little bit. Not a fan of those. We have special pump that can pump the poopy. I'm glad they thought of everything, didn't they? The more shocking thing is how airplanes get rid of that stuff. I don't know if that's true, but they just kind of like, well, in a submarine, actually, it's kind of good compared to others, like foot soldiers out in the field. Bro, that is being a foot soldier out in the field seems like that is a brutal life. I'm not gonna lie. I had a buddy. I worked with him in the factory, and he was an infantry mortar man kind of a deal. And he told me about some of the Afghanistan stuff, and yeah, it's carrying that much gear and whatever other fun stuff. You know, there's just no end to the fun in the foot soldier world. Mango one tastes exactly like fruit, though. Really happy about that one. Is it? Hi, did you go to art school? No, I'm just an enjoyer. I'm just an enjoyer. Elizabeth, rules depend on the military unit. Rules are only followed as long as there is no threat. Rules depend on the military unit. Rules are only followed as long as there is no threat. I imagine the worse things get, the less rules get followed. Sorry, I know I'm sharpening this for a long time, but this pencil does not want to get sharpened. It is fighting me. My only military experience is fighting on Super Earth for democracy against the Illuminates. Medevac team, nice. I had a martial art teacher. He was like he was like sort of special forcey type. He was a Green Beret. I don't remember, like something like that. And he told me some stuff about foot soldiering that you know, that you would, you know, not such pleasant things about foot soldier life. Oops, sorry, I spit out liquid out of my. Hate that. I need to not talk so much. But yeah. That's crazy too. A Medevac team like going in like to like obviously they probably have like a spot that's like designated, and maybe there's like fields of like acceptable amount of danger for a landing spot. Like they decide whether it's okay or not, but or whatever. But like flying into it just seems like this is just my imagination, but it just seems like a helicopter that's zooming in to like pick up soldiers that need to be like taken out of a combat zone. Seems like super sketchy, because helicopters are kind of big, and it seems like, you know what I mean? It's just like you're kind of like, you just look at those glass windows and it's just like going down slowly. It's like, dude, like I hope there's nobody in sight they can like start shooting at it, because it just seems like it's super vulnerable helicopter. So that's just an enjoyer. This is a professional as art can look. You don't really see art styles like this anymore. It's really amazing to see art like this. Thank you, Slawjack. Appreciate that. I mean, I don't want to like never make money, but like I'm not super concerned about it right now. You know, but it depends on what you mean by I think a professional should be able to like feed themselves off of their art, and I am not feeding myself off of my art. So it's at a I'm making enough money to replace my pencils right now in paper and pay for the internet bill. That like I'm doing enough. I'm making enough money to where like I can like keep doing it. To but I have to do other things to pay for bills. So I'm not a professional, strictly speaking. I will let you guys know when I'm at that level. I can only speak for the submarine force, but we had to follow orders at all times. Only exception if order was illegal or unconstitutional. But yeah, Medivac team, that's super cool. Starting the inking on the wings, and I found a reference of the pattern on the feathers. Since plain black can get pretty boring, I'm gonna do a raven with lucidic gene, which makes part of the bird white. Nice. Oh, that's right. I remember why I sharpened this pencil. I was gonna go and add the little highlights on the other side of these, like sort of more scaly skin, kind of these rougher parts right here. I was gonna like highlight them to kind of emphasize that they're kind of like 3D bulges. I wanna kind of portray that he has like kind of tough skin, sort of. That's one sharp pencil. It's not even the sharpest. It's very God, I just love the charcoal white, and like when I go over like old spots, it kind of smooths them out. It makes it white, but it also allows me to like go back into that spot with like, I like basically smooth the paper back out, so it kind of lets me kind of redraw an area. I'm really loving this discovery I've made with like the white charcoal. Like I said, I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna find more charcoal like pencils and kind of see if I can like kind of incorporate that into my system. Originally, I was gonna do every feather, but with design, I think the general shape is good. Yeah, wings can be a tough thing. It's tough to get like what I do is like to get the feathers to look like they're going along with the angle of the wing. I like chart out like these lines that are curving with the wing, and then I draw the feather in line with that, if that makes sense, to try keep things coherent. Because if you draw, whenever I would draw like wings and start to draw like a feather at a time, it's easy to lose track of the spatial kind of coherence on it, and all of a sudden your feathers kind of look flat and they don't look like they're going with the wing. It's like super easy to do that, and I'm no expert at it still, but you kind of have to just try and maintain visual coherency. I think I made it a bit easier for myself with the feathers having puffed up the shape from the character, trying to readjust them before the wings get folded down. I see, I see. Out of curiosity, if the armor was leather instead of steel, how would you show it? Um, Probably more ripped up. I don't know. I'd have to. We can try that on the next one. Draw something similar with like leather armor. I'd have to like think about. I don't have like a super good answer because like this right here would be material that would be bendy and it's not super clearly shown. It's definitely the fabricy kind of stuff. I would probably put more sort of fabricy rips in it to like instantly kind of signal that it's a leathery kind of substance. But color can change. Color can help a lot with that. And but I don't use a lot of color obviously, but I think metallics are much easier to do. But leather you can kind of do a more distressed kind of look with sort of dry rot and kind of stuff, and to kind of sell the idea that it's sort of a bendy fabric. I think cloth and leather is probably harder materials to do if you're gonna, but like what I said is just basically the how you sell the, you know, the signals of the material's distress, because when you're doing like metal indents from impacts, it's you just kind of put shading in a place and then you put counter shading so it looks like an indent, like something hit it, right? And then you do like the reflections kind of like you would on the Warhammer model when you're painting it, and you can sell the metallics really easily. I think the leather is a lot harder. It would be a more of a challenge for me, but we can try doing leather armor. More dark colors, something like waves. I see, thank you. Yeah. Well, cloth is like it's the shape of it, the shading and the shape of it that kind of sells it. Whereas like if you have stiff leather, I would say distress marks is like the best way. And yeah, like you make it like darker, and you can't make the shading on it too glossy, because then it looks like it either has a lacquer on it or it's not leather. So you have more diffuse lighting. I guess the best way to put it is more diffuse lighting, darker and distress signals that kind of sell the idea. Because obviously, typically clothing and stuff like that, does not have a, it doesn't reflect, it absorbs light more. Kevin Von Bonker or Cat Lee Von Bonkers. Been a minute, but hello. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Sorry, I gotta move this. I got this guy in front of chat, and I'm bobbing my head back and forth because of him. How's it going? Cat Lee Von Bonkers. It's going low. Just gave a dog a bath in the backyard. She's not a bath type. You know what? I also figured out that strategy is the hose bath for the dog. It's way more efficient. And when it's hot outside, you cool the dog off and you soap him up, and it's so much cleaner and more efficient to clean the dog that way. Highly recommend the. Yeah, it's just giving the dog a bath inside the house. It's a whole experience. You gotta have towels ready. You gotta have. It's a whole thing. You can't have the dog do the shaky thing too fast. You gotta it's. And my dog is getting old, and his rear legs are starting to kind of not work that well. So I have to like help him in there, and he's like really heavy. So the summer outside hose down is like very efficient. For me, leather armor gives the impression of a fighter with experience, mobile, dangerous, has been through a certain number of battles and survived, while steel gives the impression of something close to a novice, a sentry who has not seen much fighting, rich in the conditions of a fantasy or medieval world. I don't know why. I mean, it's not inaccurate. Like, traditionally, people with elaborate, expensive-looking armor typically had money, and the peasantry and the front lines did not, and they were the cannon fodder was a little bit simpler, maybe with a steel helmet or something. But yeah, I get what you mean in the fantasy world. They I mean, I don't know, I don't hate on steel armor. It's just a matter of, like, to me it's a matter of taste, but I get what you're talking about. If you see a palace guard with elaborate armor is probably not a super threat in terms of like fantasy world dangers. They're probably kind of like formally trained, but not combat tested. I got to cool myself off too low. We both had fun with it. Nice. Yeah, I thought it was a good experience. The dog loves it too. Well, not at first. At first he was like, "What are you doing?" He had like some questions for me. Why are you holding me down? You know, I hate to be watered. It's like, I'm like, bro, just trust me. Like, this is for your own good. It's easier to deal with the suds. Just washing the suds off a dog with the hose is just way faster. Because, like, my shower doesn't have a shower thing that's, like, mobile. So it's like I have to fill up a pitcher, dump it on the dog, and keep rinse and repeat until it's done. So it takes quite a while to accomplish that. So outside hosing is preferable method now if it's summertime. I see this guy is definitely, his armor is used. He's definitely a sort of a frontline kind of guy. I'm gonna head out and take a cold shower at night. Yeah, a shower really helps during the summer. If you're doing the no AC challenge, which I am this summer, well, I am air conditioning one room for the dog. There's the dog, not in that room, but just to not cool the whole house down, I just do the one room kind of thing to cut the bill down a little bit. Steel and steel products were expensive, so I find it funny when some fantasy comic book, there are regular guards with full steel armor with swords, pretty rich guards, I think, and then they say, oh, it's from a small village nearby. Yeah. I get what you mean, but like, you gotta entertain the people love armor, you know, they love elaborate, kind of cool looking armor, and if you just, if you know, you gotta like kind of, you know, give the Vikings their horns kind of thing, you know, even if they're completely useless in real life, you still gotta play into the what the people want. They want the Vikings with the horns, and you know, the local village guards with like super advanced armor kind of look. Just finish the inking. Do you want to see? Yeah, sure. Send it out. I don't have any space. Alright, you go on the floor. I agree, the armor looks cool, even if it's an effective armor. The horns that were spikes, or a flaming sword. I don't know. I feel like I would not want to fight anyone with a flaming sword. Oh, nice. My mom was talking about doing something like this, where like she was gonna take my pictures and like I don't know, vectorize them and like sell my pieces as like a coloring book. I'm not sure how that would go down with my style because there's so much shading. But I guess she was like, we should take your art, vectorize it through whatever kind of program, and then sell it as a coloring book because there's not a lot of coloring books with like my kind of stuff. There's a lot of kid-friendly stuff, but there's a lot of adults that like to sit and just like color, I guess. And so I think that could be a good Amazon print-on-demand product that we've been sort of talking about in the background. I probably just need a couple more pieces. I need like 24 pages, and I think that would be a good like art book for people to chill and color. Once I finish full piece, I'll post it on my Blue Sky later. Nice. Oh, Eos, come here, baby. I gotta promote Aries, buddy, come here. I gotta show you guys my dog. I told you he was big. It's not super, lifting him up or helping him over into the tub is not a super fun activity, especially when he's fighting you. How is that Blue Sky working? I was just advised to make a Blue Sky account. I don't really use Twitter or Blue Sky. I don't get those platforms. I'm just more of a Instagram guy, but I have one. Now I'm full of dog hair. But I do have plans for developing products to go on Amazon that's going to be art related in that sense. And I'm going to plug it every chance I get. How's that Blue Sky working? Is banned AI art from what I know? I thought Blue Sky was that website for K-Art says so nice. Thank you, K-Art. I appreciate that. I thought Blue Sky was that like other Twitter or whatever. Fire Sword doesn't deal fire damage. There's too little time for it to really do anything. You wouldn't even feel a cut. It would actually cauterize your wound. It would actually kind of heal you a little bit. But it scares enemies and is a great distraction. But after a fight, look for a new sword. Expensive unless it's some kind of magical fire that doesn't harm the sword. Or that's kind of what I imagine a fire sword would be. Is it would be a magical effect that would sort of, you know, that doesn't actually burn like an illusion. Yeah, I've always imagined that it's not actually sort of a flame kind of a deal. It's more of a sort of an aesthetic for looks. And a lot of creatures, I feel like wolves and stuff, aren't they like scared of fire? It's basically Twitter, but no AI or Musk. have an Instagram, a couple YouTube accounts, but that's it. Yeah, I'm kind of like too lazy to like keep up with all the shenanigans. I like Instagram. It works for me. For a while, I deleted every social media app besides YouTube to give myself a break. I spent a year and a half in bliss. You know, I've never really had like a problem with social media. Like I've always just kind of, I honestly just kind of enjoy it. It's not a, I don't know. It's like a little window into, um, I don't know, the world. But I've never like experienced any kind of like negative. I guess I just, I don't know. I just kind of see it as entertainment. It doesn't really like affect me negatively. Like I have no problem with like not logging into Facebook or Instagram. Like even if they're installed, like I can just forego not use it, like using them. I don't know. For me, it's like not. I don't know. I don't even find it particularly addicting. I think like Instagram more so because I just use it for art, so I'm kind of on there more. In YouTube because I make content and stuff. But honestly, it just doesn't. I just kind of like. I don't know. think when I first started streaming though, like I was a little bit uncomfortable at taking like that step because you're kind of like exposing yourself to the world a little bit more. But it took me like 2 months of streaming before I got comfortable where it doesn't cause me anxiety to be in front of a camera drawing. You know, and at first it's like drawing in front of people too is kind of like a different thing. But now I'm like completely doesn't bother me even when I make mistakes and I have to like live figure something out and I don't look like a genius because I'm like struggling in some aspect. It doesn't like bother me anymore. Like I've completely gotten rid of like it is what it is, you know. It's like we all have our sort of weaknesses as artists or whatever, or saying something goofy. Like it all kind of like faded away after just streaming consistently. It just does not bother me. Life is truly wonderful without social media, and if you turn off recommendations on YouTube is paradise. I think I kind of think like streaming is like the final frontier of like of social media. Like you can't get inside of social media more than if you're like daily streaming. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna goof up. You're gonna say something stupid or like, you know, have somebody kind of like be annoying or something like. Um, so yeah, I feel like I'm at the spear point of like being on. I'm like perpetually online like. So I think you have to be like the kind of person that it just doesn't like affect me really. At first it did. Like I remember when I first started streaming, like I had like my first 2 months like on YouTube, I met the weirdest people. Like I don't even know how to describe it. Like I ran into like the weirdest people that would just be like I don't even know how to describe it. Like kind of, you know, like I didn't know what to do about them. Like now I know, I just ban them. But like at first I was just like, is this person messing with me? Or you know what I mean? It's just like I didn't know. But also like when you got like one viewer or whatever, you don't want to be like banned. It's like it was weird. Like the first two consistent people I had like were the weirdest ones, and then like once I got out of that zone, it's been smooth sailing from there. And yeah, it's just like you just learn that like it doesn't like really matter, and you just go, if somebody's like being really weird or something, you just kind of like hit the ban button, and it's like, oh, they're gone. You don't owe them having to like sit there and listen to their weirdness. I don't know. Well, I am actually really happy with the way this is turning out. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm at 6 hours and 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna go for today, and I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, 10 or 11 a.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. But I really had great combos with all you people. Today was super enjoyable, and yeah, the guy C-Nut Bush rated me, and that was spectacular. I really appreciate that. And all of you fine people, I had a lot of fun. See you, Nikki. Man, hate Mondays. Yeah, Mondays suck. Senior Trick, thank you guys for the follows. I didn't shout out people because my thing isn't working for that my OBS, but hopefully I'll fix it. I'll give it a try. But anyway, thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Lua Loon 2. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna end YouTube and I'm gonna raid out Twitch since I do have like 20 people.